调的 MMORPG， 终于在宇宙展开。
2025 campaign hasn't been up to his standards, so I thought, what if Max Verstappen was never even a part of the Red Bull family and started his F1 career with a completely different team? Would he be as successful as he is now? Which teams would he join later? And could we make him the greatest champion ever over the entire F1 25 career mode? So for season 1, which would be 2026 in real life, we had some pretty interesting driver moves. Firstly, starting with Hamilton leaving Ferrari after it didn't go so well for him and joined Aston Martin. We then saw the return of Jack Doohan to replace Alonso, who is now retiring at the age of 94. But most importantly, where did Max Verstappen go for the start of our career? And it was Alpine. I felt Alpine was the suitable start for Max, which have a rich history of also bringing juniors through to F1. But this also meant the fastest man on the grid, Lance Stroll, joined Red Bull to replace us. Red Bull have now gone from a pretty mid driver to now the greatest driver on the grid in one of the best cars. This season is finished. But our season at Alpine started pretty solid as we were competing with Gasly at the start of the season, with us outperforming him some races and him doing the same to us. But for our first year and at a new team against a very experienced driver, I would very much take that. And not long later in the season, we actually got our first podium ever, ironically at the Red Bull Ring. The guys leading the top of the table were interestingly Leclerc and Ferrari, who were dominating the sport for the start of season 1. But as the season went on, our performances started to get worse and worse, which should be the complete opposite as we were getting used to driving in Formula 1. But as the car initially was to our liking, the car seemed to go more Gasly's direction and in turn took a massive dip in performance. As we got to the last couple of races, Leclerc ended up winning his first championship and Ferraris in a long time, but our performances not improving, I became pretty unhappy with Alpine. As the season ended and we dropped to 5th in the Constructors, but just beating Gasly in the head-to-head, I did however make the decision to part ways with the team, as I lost all faith within that second half of the season and then favouring Gasly over me. But which team would snatch up one of the greatest talents for season 2? And the team which did was Aston Martin, a team which was decent in car development and favoured me to be the team leader, as Lewis Hamilton decided to retire from the sport this season, meant I was teammates with Jack Doohan for season 2. We also had Ocon leaving Haas after a falling out, and he went back to his old team in Alpine to replace us, and Paul Aron then came in to join Haas. For season 2, it was a start of dreams with Aston Martin, as the car on paper wasn't the best, but we really gelled with the car as we were getting podium after podium and really dominating Doohan, as on average he was over a second off each weekend. We then got to Canada in tricky conditions and got our first ever pole position, and then later claimed our first ever win, with also Paul Aron getting his first podium in the Haas. It really was a surprising and amazing start to the season, and something I wouldn't think would have happened, and that success kept going as we got more podiums and another win at Austria. We were actually leading the championship, which was absolutely mental to say we didn't have the best car. But unfortunately, as the season went on, and a big weakness in the car, which was the straight line speed, a poor weekend at Monza and Baku, known for their long straights, drastically reduced our gap at the top after a disaster at Baku, and for the only time Jack Doohan actually beating us in the race. We were also in a state of two minds, as there were a change at the end of the season, and wanting to save our resources for next season, we then made the decision to halt any more upgrades on the car and focus on next year's. An okay race at Mexico and Leclerc having a disaster that weekend meant he was out of the championship fight, and it was just between us and Lando going into Abu Dhabi, with the gap being just at 9 points meant if Lando won and we finished lower than 3rd, we would lose the championship. But at the final race and in the last moments of qualifying, we managed to grab pole position once again, just in front of Lando and Sainz. But for the race, it was a close battle with them both. Any mistake meant we would lose the championship, but on the last lap, Sainz did overtake us for the lead, but as Lando was still behind, meant we managed to grab our first ever World Championship, and in a car which really shouldn't have. A really big surprise I would have never thought of at the start of the season. We ended season 2 as a champion. We unfortunately finished third in the Constructors thanks to Doohan and beaten 6-0 in the head-to-head. And of course I decided to stay with Aston Martin for season 3, but would the new regulations play a part in our performance? And for the start of season 3, we had a couple of driver moves, with firstly Gasly, our old teammate, getting the axe from Alpine as Ocon fully dominated him last season, in which Zane Maloney then replaced him. We also had Hulkenberg retire and O'Sullivan replace him at Sauber. But unfortunately, no news from Aston Martin as Jack Doohan continued to be our teammate. But for the new regulations, we did make the right decision in saving resources, as we were at the top of development for season 3 and surely would be another good chance to defend our title, and we exactly did that with utter dominance at the start of the season. Pole after win at each race and not being off the podium. The championship gap was just extended with no real challenge. We also had Doohan having the odd good result, which was good for the team and our fight in the Constructors. We eventually got near to the end of the season and to Baku, and this was actually the weekend we could win our second championship, as we were that far ahead. And after an okay qualifying and mighty fight with Piastri to try stop us, but in the end it wasn't enough, and we took our second world championship in just our third season. This was prime Aston Martin and Max Verstappen, just utter dominance for season 3. But our fight wasn't over, as we still had to fight for the first Constructors and also another big regulation change for next season. But we did play the big IQ move earlier in the season and halted all development on the car, as we were that far ahead. But we eventually got to the final round, and with a close battle with McLaren for the Constructors, it was unfortunately just not enough, and we finished in second, no thanks to Doohan. But it did, to be fair, improve this season, but it just wasn't enough for me. This could really hurt us for the future, as we need both drivers to really develop the car. But in the end, it was a great season with 6 poles, 9 wins, and also gathering our second world championship. For season 4, like last season, it was about defending our title, but I wanted to bring the team to the front as well. We can't keep letting Doohan finish way behind and halt our development forward, as it's not a sustainable way to go, as we have seen with Red Bull in real life. But before we get into the season, we had just one driver transfer, and it was for Kimi Antonelli being fired from Mercedes and being replaced by Pierre Gasly, which is fair enough. Kimi hasn't really shown much in the sport since his arrival, but maybe a potential for a team to snatch him up in the future. As we got into the season, it was rather surprising, as the car was top of development once again, and I really wanted Doohan to step up his performances, and he really did, even actually better than us. He got his first podium, then later his first pole and win, and above us in the standings, as we had a rather mediocre start to the season and a bit of a hangover from last year. But this wasn't uncontested, as the McLaren looked extremely fast in the hands of Lando for this season. As we got to Canada and the mid part of the season, we eventually managed to find our mojo and score a couple of wins and at our home race, as well as a few more podiums, but Lando was still the guy to beat. And although Doohan was driving like prime Michael Schumacher in the early part of the season, his performances did start to dip and go back into his old ways. And because of this dip, the team also started to take a heavy hit with car performance later into the season, which I was extremely unhappy with, as I wanted to compete for the title and also the Constructors. But as we got closer to the end of the season, we were just trying to be as consistent at this point. Unfortunately for us, Lando did start to bottle the championship with a couple of poor finishes. I mean, coming into the final race, we were leading the championship by 11 points. But this championship was made a lot harder because of the car's performance and Doohan not bringing any progressive upgrades in the season. This frustration in turn decided me to go into talks with Mercedes, as they started to bring a lot of momentum into the season, and we were also hitting our potential with development. But Abu Dhabi finally came, and we performed when it mattered in qualifying to take pole quite comfortably. Then after a very tense race, battling for the win with Lando, in which he did overtake us, but we came across the line in second, and it was enough to take our third world championship by just 4 points in the end. 4 seasons and 3 championships is a start of an F1 career anyone could have dreamed of. But the contract talks eventually came after the celebrations, and after finishing second in the Constructors once again, that is when I made my decision for Season 5 if I would stay with Aston Martin. Season 5 eventually came, and as you can see, we made the move to Mercedes. I saw potential in them last season, and although isn't the best at the moment, I believe it can be later on in the season and be better than Aston Martin. But for Season 5, Aston Martin took a massive change in direction with their driver lineup, with getting rid of Doohan as soon as we left, which is pretty annoying. The new driver lineup was actually ex-Mercedes drivers of Pierre Gasly and Kimi Antonelli, which meant of course we partnered George for the season. And there was one last move, and it was Carlos Sainz retiring from the sport and our old friend of Doohan replacing him at Williams. Good luck to them. But the season started okay as we didn't have the fastest car. However, Aston Martin looked rather good, with having a lot of success, particularly with Kimi, and winning a lot of early races. Me and George were a solid pairing and scoring good points most races and trading who was in front each weekend, with us just edging him out. We had some success at Canada, getting the pole and win, and George winning the weekend after at Austria. We were sitting in a solid third in the Constructors for the mid part of the season. However, due to our recognition not being so high with the team yet, we could not do a lot of the upgrades to the car, so we spent a lot of time with no developments, which was pretty annoying. Whilst we were waiting and collecting decent points, Kimi continued his success and leading the championship, but eventually just before our home race at round 7, we managed to collect enough recognition to start a few major upgrades in the hopes for the end of the season push. And that late season push did come, but it was unfortunately a little too late. I managed to grab a win and pole at the end of the season, but the title decider was between Lando and Kimi, in which I got the pole, but as the race started and they're both actually coming together, with Kimi dropping to last and Lando needing the win, despite being a bit jealous of Aston Martin's performance, I did hold on and didn't give Lando the win, which meant Kimi won his first World Championship with Aston Martin, but as usual, they still finished second in the Constructors. In the end, it wasn't the best season, and I was pretty gutted about Aston Martin's success, but the momentum we had and us just edging George out in the head-to-head showed some good promise for Season 6. And Season 6 started pretty boring as we had no driver moves for the year. Thank you so much, EA. So I guess our focus will go to car development and what it looks like after the new regulations. And we did a really good job with saving a lot of parts, and we were actually leading the way. Aston Martin had a drop-off, which I did predict would happen, as they were very much near their potential. Ferrari seemed to have gone massively backwards, and RB had a pretty good car for the season as well. For the start of the year, we were back to our normal ways of winning races and getting podiums. Our battle was mostly with the McLarens, and as the season went on, for whatever reason, George's form started to dip, and our fight for the Constructors was going to be a hard one despite having the best car. We managed to have a good gap to Norris in the Drivers' Championship in the mid part of the season, just being as consistent as possible, whilst Aston Martin and Kimi started to show glimpses of pace and a resurgence. But as we got to Italy and Baku, George's form did start to come back, which was great, and will hopefully keep the team at the front. For Baku, we started really well on pole, but having a major crash with Lando, which resulted in Oscar also crashing, and then us later dumping it into the wall with no front wing, which meant me, Oscar and Lando all got 0 points for the weekend, with Stroll and Colapinto getting a podium. The gap was still 32 points in our favour between 3 cars going into the final 2 rounds, which meant we could still win it going into round 9 of Mexico. And the weekend started okay, qualifying in P4 thanks to the late rain in the session, then getting off to a good start battling both George and Kimi for the win, but Kimi just seemed to have too much pace for us for the win in the end, but it was still enough to be crowned a 4-time world champion and first for Mercedes. We've now equalled what Max has won in real life in just our 6th season. And eventually to the final race, it was a very close battle with McLaren for the Constructors still, but after an intense 4-way battle between both teams, we ended up winning the race and the Constructors for Mercedes, fully doing the double for the season. Our best season yet, and I wonder what more is to come for the final few seasons. We are now coming to the final few seasons of replaying Max's entire career, and Season 7, it started with us somewhat boring driver transfer market, with just one of Bortoleto being fired from Sauber and replaced by Josep Marte. But for car development, Mercedes led the way, followed closely by Aston Martin. But as you can see, we were very near our peak performance, with not many upgrades left, so there wouldn't be much development for this season. As the year started, it was a battle between both top teams of Mercedes and Aston Martin, as McLaren seemed to dropped off massively. It was a very close beginning at the end of the season, all four drivers usually taking all four top spots each weekend. We managed to have success at Canada, Austria and Silverstone to give ourselves a healthy gap at the top, followed by George, but also Kimi doing a shift to have some really good results and still be in the championship. As the season went on, we felt it was best just to hold all upgrades, as there were no need to develop the car further, and there was another regulation change for next season, so it would be super important to save resources. But I also wasn't sure if I would be with the team for next season, as I did want a change, and there was one team calling for me still. But the season came near to the end, and after another super consistent year, not finishing lower than third, and at Vegas we lifted our 5th World Championship, followed by Russell in the standings. It was another dominant year from us, and also from the team winning the Constructors for a second time in a row. After Abu Dhabi finally closed off an amazing season and completing everything I really wanted to in Max's career, I then made the decision if I would be with the team for the final 2 seasons. And for the start of season 8, the penultimate season, and I decided to make the drastic move to Ferrari. It doesn't make sense in terms of winning championships as of yet, but you can't finish off your Formula 1 career without driving for Ferrari. And although they didn't have the best car for season 8, this year will be a building year with lots of resources at hand, and hopefully we can go for the championship for our final season. But let's see what we can do for this year. For driver moves, we of course replaced Colapinto at Ferrari, which means the greatest rivalry in Formula 1 will happen, with Charles Leclerc as our teammate. Franco decided to go back to Alpine to replace Ocon, who retired from the sport, and to replace us at Mercedes was Bortoleto making his return. But as I said earlier, the car wasn't going to be the best for the start of the season, and we were just collecting solid points as a team and understanding where we can improve this car, grabbing the odd podium here or there. But Aston Martin looked great this year, especially with Kimi, who would be the title favourite. As the season went on, we made a few big upgrades to the car to try and bring it forward and see if we can have a late push in the championship. But after the upgrades came, the car still wasn't at the likes of Mercedes or Aston Martin, so that's when I made the decision to basically stop all upgrades for the season and focus fully for next year and save all our resources. It was a really close battle at the top, as Vegas, one race before the end, Kimi did take his 2nd World Championship for Aston Martin, and they also won the Constructors, finally after how many years. But I do think for next year these will be our biggest rivals. In the end, the season was just a growing year for us and for Ferrari. It was a very close battle with Leclerc this season getting the exact same points, which I think for the final season will be our hardest title fight yet, and if we have the car. Now it is the final season, and you might be wondering why, because career mode is 10 seasons long. The reason is, in order for Max to join a team for the first season, you first have to skip a season, and then you get the contract negotiations at the end. But let's go into the final season and our final chance of claiming a 6th title, and one with Ferrari. Firstly, starting with driver moves for the final season, and it is a big one, with Lando Norris leaving McLaren and joining Red Bull. He spent all this time being a one-team driver and then just decides to leave at the very last moment, which caused an even sadder driver move, and one I don't think the sport would ever recover from, which is Lance Stroll deciding to retire from Formula 1. Thank God it was the last season, as there was no one who could do it better and will be greatly missed. This left one seat open at McLaren and the somewhat young driver now of Jack Crawford to take Lando's position. Fortunately, our patience paid off, as last season just being a building season for the team really worked, as we were top of car development, followed closely by Mercedes, which should give us the best chance to take our final title, and one with Ferrari. And the season started pretty well with the team, taking a win at the first round, then a really close battle with Charles at Bahrain, in which he did take the win. It was a very close season between us two and not much to separate us, and this carried on for all of it. Both of us getting caught out a few times because of the weather in qualifying meant some mixed results, but eventually being tied points coming into the final 2 rounds really showed this rivalry was super close. At Vegas, Charles took the upper hand going into the final race after some dirty tactics and damaging our front wing in the race. He led the championship by just 3 points, but when it mattered at Abu Dhabi, we started second, almost a second ahead of Charles after a disastrous qualifying from him. The race, however, was really tense, as although he had a low position, he clawed his way up pretty fast and we couldn't afford to be less than 3 points ahead. We needed to be at least 2 positions in front of him, whilst we was in a tense battle with Bortoleto and Crawford, with him just being just behind. But in the end, we hung on to take our first World Championship with Ferrari, and 6th of all time. This just feels like winning our first title with such a special team. And eventually that was it. We had 3 different world champions over 9 seasons of Max, Charles and Kimi, with Charles claiming 1, Kimi with 2 and Max with 6. We also had 3 constructor titles, 23 wins, 23 poles and 62 podiums in what I would say was a very successful career for Max Verstappen.
Lenore 衣物整香珠，洗衫加一句，由洗到着持久清新。
From pit stop disasters to incomprehensible strategy calls.
Box now, box. Stay out, stay out.
It seems like the prancing horse is racing towards a new low every season. And don't get me wrong, I like Ferrari just as much as the next guy, but they really need to get their together. And to make it a bit more fun, let's take them one level at a time, starting with the least stupid, Brazil 2014. That year, Ferrari had a car that had earned its reputation for all the wrong reasons. Have you seen a machine so special it could understeer and oversteer at the same time? Say hello to the Ferrari F14T, a car named by the fans themselves. And after watching it in action, I can't help but wonder, did they also build it? Just look at this. See what I mean now? So, what went wrong? The team struggled with the new regulations. Everyone was jumping on the hybrid engine train, and while Mercedes became unstoppable, Ferrari were just bad. But like, really, really bad. However, they still had one secret weapon left. 2-time world champion, master of the impossible, and wizard of flying laps. And once again, he was about to pull off the impossible this Q1. But just as he got ready, something was missing. That something? Power. Yep, you heard that right. Ferrari sent him out with the battery not even charged. Even Maldonado got scared when he realized how slow the Spaniard was. Alonso's reaction? Just a big...
Why I gotta start the qualifying with a low battery? How is possible?
But hold on, I'm just getting started. Next up, we're in 2022 at Zandvoort, a track famous for its sweeping turns and, of course, that ridiculously narrow pit lane. This time, it was Carlos Sainz who got caught in the crossfire. Lap 15, Sainz comes in for what should have been a routine stop, except for one minor detail. Ferrari forgot a tyre.
Soft to medium, it's slow, it's really slow. Horrible, horrible. Sainz is still in the pits, Will. Still there, finally getting the tyre on.
Oh my god.
Yep, in a sport where everything revolves around 4 wheels, they somehow missed one. Team principal Mattia Binotto called it a last-minute decision.
Certainly we made a big mess with the first pit stop of Carlos, too late call, mechanics were not ready, and which cost him quite a lot of positions.
Honestly, it seemed like they were just trying to outdo Red Bull's legendary pit stop disaster with Daniel Ricciardo.
Ricciardo is sat there waiting. Did he make the call? Did the team make the call? Whoever made the call, the tyres weren't ready. Super soft tyres going on.
But it didn't stop there. They also left a tyre gun out, and Checo Perez ended up running it over.
There's Perez. Perez hit the gun. Hit the wheel gun of the Ferrari.
You couldn't script this if you tried. After that 12.7 second stop, this dropped from 3rd place all the way down to 11th. But Carlos wasn't going to let Ferrari's mistake define his race. By lap 58, he had fought his way back up to 5th.
Sainz, wow, made the move on Esteban Ocon.
And then this happened.
George was straight on the radio saying, I would like the soft tyre. I'm losing tyre time. I think he was worried about that warm-up that you were rightly talking about. Look at that!
In his final stop, the team executed an unsafe release, earning him a 5-second time penalty, and he fell back down to 8th. It was one disaster after another. And trust me, this is light work for Ferrari. Let's switch to Leclerc now. Same year. It's pretty safe to say there are only 2 guarantees in life. 1, Ferrari will mess things up. And 2, one of those times will definitely be in Brazil. You got Charles Leclerc locked in for another qualifying session. Q1, no problem. Q2, smooth sailing. But right as Q3 began, the radar showed rain incoming. So, like any smart team, the Scuderia rushed to get their drivers out before the rain hit. But of course, they couldn't resist adding the temptation of chaos.
Am I the only car on Inters?
Yes, we believe you are the only one on Inters.
In a move that defies logic, the team chose to send Leclerc out on Inters, and halfway through, he realised just how bad that decision was.
Box now, box.
Nice one.
Regardless, the clock was ticking and the rain was coming. So, just to try and secure a time, finish a lap and... Wait, why on earth is that Ferrari pitting? Charles, you need to deliver a lap ASAP. Do you really think there's going to be enough time to...
We've got George Russell out. Yellow flag, so no faster times will be set for the moment.
Never mind, the crash brought out a red flag, locking Leclerc in P10.
Did everybody complete the lap of the sticks?
Yes, they did.
Nice, beautiful.
In Maranello, everyone was in shock. Most of the factory, dead silent. But in one small corner...
What position are we?
You're P1, mate.
You're kidding.
I am not kidding.
Well, a fairy tale has absolutely happened for him here today, and Kevin Magnussen will be on pole position for the sprint race.
Absolute mayhem. Magnussen had clinched Haas's first ever pole, and it was pure madness. But neither the world nor the universe could have prepared for what was coming next. Team orders are nothing new in Formula One. They've been used for decades to make sure to keep the first driver in the spotlight and the second driver, well, in the first driver's shadow. But if there's one to be remembered, it's this one. In 2002, Ferrari had the best machinery, the best complex, the best drivers, and the best minds behind it all. This reflected in pure domination. Their first driver, Schumacher, was crushing the championship. But this weekend, it wasn't him in the lead. It was Rubens Barrichello. He out-qualified Schumi, led the whole race, and was just a few corners away from a well-deserved victory. But then, the Scuderia would step in with a decision that would change everything.
I'm sure it doesn't mean anything, James, but I've just seen Jean Todt pass a little note across the pit wall to Ross Brawn.
Let Michael pass for the championship to Mercedes.
And just like that, Rubinho was forced to slow down right before the finish line.
It's through. He's not going to let Michael through, is he? No, they're going to... Yes, he is! I do not believe it!
The crowd went crazy, booing, shouting. No one could believe it. The truth is, Schumi felt so bad that he tried to fix the situation by doing this.
And the crowd is whistling and booing underneath us. They don't like it at all. And I have to say, I don't blame them.
But the damage was already done. The team said they did it to secure the German's championship lead, but he was already way ahead in the points.
Rubens had won that race, hadn't he?
Oh yes, Rubens won the race today, but in the interest of Ferrari and the Drivers' Championship, we've made the decision.
Although team orders weren't illegal back then, this moment was so controversial that the FIA stepped in and banned them forever. Or so we thought. You ever noticed how Fernando Alonso is always at the center of the most iconic team radios? It's like the guy has a sixth sense for drama.
Do you think we should do a new set of Inters or wets? New Inters or wets?
I think we should go to the garage.
But this time, it's not his radio we're talking about. Here's the deal. Felipe Massa is leading the race. Everything's going well, right? He's ahead, probably thinking this one's in the bag. Until, surprise, surprise, Ferrari steps in and everything changes. So by lap 48, we got one of the most infamous radio messages in F1 history. Felipe, hit that subscribe button. I'm joking. It was worse.
Fernando is faster than you. Can you confirm you understood that message?
It was deja vu. Another Brazilian, another heartbreak. I mean, they couldn't have made it more obvious, could they? Poor Massa had no choice but to move over and let the Spaniard through.
Alonso's race engineer, and guess what's happened? There is a crucial move in the championship.
He followed orders, but you could feel the awkwardness hanging in the air. And the press conference...
Did you feel that you weren't allowed to win that race today?
No, the only thing I feel is that we're working for the team, and we're doing a very good job, for the team, and that's the most important thing.
Of course, the FIA investigated the matter as team orders weren't allowed anymore. Their conclusion, a $100,000 fine for the team. But the legislation of the team orders, once again, starting in 2011. Interesting, to say the least. But sure, my video on the biggest corruption scandal was baseless and biased. So, here we are, the final race of this season in Yas Marina, and the stakes couldn't be higher. 4 drivers, Alonso, Webber, Vettel and Hamilton, all in the hunt for the championship. Alonso was the favourite, leading the standings with 246 points. The Tifosi knew this was a golden opportunity to clinch another world title. All Ferrari had to do was keep their cool. But that's never been their strong suit. Vettel starts from pole, Hamilton is second, Alonso lines up third, with Webber right behind him. The goal was simple. The Spaniard just needed to finish 4th or higher to secure the title. Race start wasn't exactly clean.
It's been the longest season, the closest season. We have 4 contenders. Who will be champion today? As we leave the grid at Abu Dhabi, Hamilton goes close, but Vettel still leads. Button nose into 3rd, Alonso is 4th, and Webber is 5th behind him. Suddenly their contact, Michael Schumacher round, will he... Oh, the big smash there, it's Lewis, he's got...
The collision between Schumacher and Luizzi brought out the safety car, setting off a chain reaction that would change the course of the race without anyone realising it. Some drivers, including Vitaly Petrov, saw an early opportunity and pitted for hard tyres, gambling on a one-stop strategy to make it to the end of the race. Seemed like a minor move at the time, but I'll get back to this. By lap 12, Red Bull pulled the trigger and pitted Webber after reporting issues with his rear tyres. When he rejoined the track, he was stuck behind Jamie Alguersuari, losing quite a bit of time in the process. Ferrari saw a chance to cover him, so they called in Massa, hoping to get him out in front of the Australian, but the plan backfired.
By my reckoning, he should be just behind Mark Webber. There's about a 9-second gap between Webber and Kovalainen.
Now Ferrari was left with 2 options: pit Alonso to cover Webber, or keep him out and gamble on the softs holding up. Here's the thing, only Webber had complained about tyre degradation, and none of the other front runners were struggling. But despite this, the team panicked and pitted Alonso on lap 50.
I think they'll be in on the next lap, surely. Because if you look at the sector times of all those that have got fresh tyres...
The goal was clear, to stay ahead of Webber. They actually managed that.
Here comes Alonso, out of that pit lane, and there is Mark Webber.
But didn't consider a bigger issue, traffic. Basically, the Spaniard cleared Webber, but was now stuck behind Petrov, who was a rocket on the straights. And the prancing horse simply didn't have the speed to get close enough for a move. Lap after lap, Alonso pushed, desperate to get by, but Petrov wasn't budging.
And here comes Alonso going through the inside of Petrov, but he's careful not to do. He's almost gone off the track. He has gone off the track. He cannot gain position now.
Ferrari had made the critical error of focusing on Webber, completely overlooking Vettel, who, ironically, wasn't even considered a real threat. In the end, Alonso crossed the line in 7th, still stuck behind Petrov. The result?
Sebastian Vettel, you are the world champion!
Well, they got the constructors in Brazil, and now Sebastian Vettel wins in Abu Dhabi to be drivers' champion for 2010.
So we've seen some bad pit stops, questionable team orders, but this one next, what can I even say? Silverstone 2022, a fresh wound for Ferrari fans. Oh boy, is it a good story. Carlos Sainz started on pole with Leclerc right behind him. The Ragazzi were in position for a huge result, which of course means they found a way to mess it up. It all started when Esteban Ocon's car broke down.
Well, he is not.
演員冇法活到所有人生，每一個人都可以係我偷視嘅一面鏡。最動人嘅戲早就被生活演過千萬遍，而我只需保持敬畏嘅距離看。我哋互為感，互為觀眾，這麼遠那麼近，盡是本質。小米 15T Series co-engineered with Leica。
They found a way to mess it up. It all started when Esteban Ocon's car broke down.
Well, he has got problems, Esteban Ocon.
Have a problem, guys. I got things in the corners.
plenty of. No, he's going to stop there. He's going to stop there.
That's a safety car.
There's got to be a safety car.
Here's what happened. While Sainz pitted for fresh softs, Ferrari, for whatever reason, left Leclerc out on old hard tyres. I think you can guess how that went. Realising their mistake, Ferrari asked El Matador to slow down and help the Monegasque to close the gap.
The instruction is to give 10 car lanes full chance, some breathing space. So Sainz has been told that the priority is to defend from Hamilton.
Leaving us with this iconic moment.
But guys, I'm on the threshold from Hamilton. Please, no last mistakes. Please. Let's stop inventing. Stop inventing.
After that, their races took different paths. Sainz ignored the order, overtook Leclerc.
He's got the line then.
Oh, and off the track goes Charles Leclerc as Carlos Sainz retakes the lead.
And went on to win his first ever F1 race.
For that first time in Formula One, Carlos Sainz is victorious.
While Leclerc's race fell apart, with his older tyres being no match for the oncoming challengers.
The track cuts the chicane. Off goes Leclerc. Through goes Hamilton. Unbelievable stuff.
If you thought that was a big fall-off, just wait until you see this. Ladies and gentlemen, turn on the lights, fasten your seatbelts. It's 2008 and the stage is set for F1's first ever night race here in Singapore, home of the Marina Bay Sands, the Singapore Sling, and Godzilla. Funnily enough, looks faster than both Saubers. Our protagonist, Felipe Massa. Again, the Brazilian arrived in Singapore with 77 points, just one behind Hamilton, and with 4 races left, things were tight as ever. The margin for error? None. The pressure? Immense. But this is Ferrari we're talking about, and when the stakes are high, chaos always seems to be lurking around the corner. Now, this race wasn't just any race, it was chaos right from the start.
Go! Massa on the left, Hamilton on the right. Watch out for Raikkonen attacking Hamilton. He goes to the inside of Hamilton.
On lap 12, Renault called Alonso into the pits. Early, you might think, but just one lap later, the plot took a twist.
In daylight, necessarily. Oh, big crash! That is likely, I would have thought.
At the time, the crash seemed a bit curious, to say the least. Long story short, it later emerged as a deliberate act, a conspiracy that ended up changing Formula One forever. And of course, you know who was behind it. Highly recommend you watch that one if you haven't already, but for now, let's get back to the Scuderia. Due to the accident, Ferrari opted to box Massa. It was critical to get it right, and I hate to say it, but it was, until it wasn't.
So, well, put more fuel in then. And
oh no! That's a big mistake. Massa's gone. Not for the first time. Ferrari's lighting system and their release. He's taking the hose with him as well, I think.
See, that race saw Ferrari unveil a brand new traffic light system instead of the traditional lollipop. And surprise, surprise, it backfired in spectacular fashion. I mean, how does that even happen? You'd think Ferrari would have done, I don't know, some practice with their shiny new toy before the race. Instead, total chaos. The pit crew rushed after him, desperately trying to fix the mess. But by the time they got the hose off, the damage had been done.
Now, the fast pillar.
Massa went from leading the carnival to back of the pack in a blink of an eye. Absolute meltdown. Then the worst part, that one mistake changed everything. At Interlagos, even though Felipe drove an amazing race and won,
and we wait now to find out who will be the world champion of 2008.
Hamilton ended up snatching the championship by just a single point.
Oh my goodness me! Hamilton's back in position again. 100,000 local hearts sink in the grandstands. It's handed the place back to Hamilton, who comes through, and if I'm absolutely right, I'm sure that he is going to claim 5th place.
Leaving Massa heartbroken on his own turf. So, yeah, it's tough not to imagine the what if. Pretty sure Massa would have won the title. The truth is, this event was so traumatic for him that in 2023, he filed a lawsuit to wipe the race from the records because of the scandal. Trying to win back in court what slipped through his fingers on track. But anyway, what can be more painful than losing a championship because of a scandal? How about losing a race in front of your home crowd? Oh Lord, let me take a breath here. Okay, let's go. Monaco, a name that echoes through the halls of Formula One like no other. A track that rewards the brave, punishes the careless, and is relentless with the unlucky. And no one knows that better than Charles Leclerc. Il Predestinato, racing on the streets he grew up in, with the weight of an entire nation on his shoulders. The dream? Simple, to win. Aiming to become the first Ferrari driver to do so since Sebastian Vettel in 2017.
Sebastian Vettel.
今天很荣幸受邀来到 F Online Next 的这个体验会现场。那刚刚也有实际体验过这款游戏的这个 PVP 的玩法。那我觉得这款游戏完全的这个满足了男人的幻想，就是这个机甲科幻的这个风格哦。那当现场的观众人员呢，也非常诚恳的，就是回答我的一些疑问。
Sebastian Vettel wins the Monaco.
inches.
喂，老闆，係，而家要翻嚟改。Edge。
Bless you.
講到香港嘅集體運輸系統，大家可能第一時間會諗到地鐵、巴士。不過集體運輸系統唔一定全部都係交通工具，因為只要係為大眾開放並提供運輸服務，就已經可以被歸類入去。而睇到標題嘅各位應該都知，今日我想講嘅就係中環至半山扶手電梯呢個既係知名旅客景點，又另類嘅集體運輸系統。講下佢嘅歷史、興建時遇到嘅難題同爭議，仲有一啲你未必知嘅冷知識。事不宜遲，我哋馬上開始。要喺半山起扶手電梯嘅概念，最早喺上世紀80年代被提出。背景係因為半山同中環喺香港開埠之後早有發展，兩地聯繫緊密，加上人口不斷上升，往來兩地嘅交通日益繁忙。可惜礙於半山嘅陡峭地勢，要興建半山垂直落中環嘅道路並唔可行，令半山嘅道路普遍都係向東西面延伸出去，所以喺半山不論去邊度都好，都要用同一系列道路。而呢啲早年落成狹窄多彎嘅道路就開始不勝負荷。有見及此，政府就打算興建一套單軌纜車或者扶手電梯系統，更有效連接半山同中環，舒緩交通擠塞。始終呢個喺當年可以話係破天荒嘅大型基建，所以政府最後都係揾咗顧問公司做研究，而佢哋發表嘅報告就構思要為半山興建一條有扶手電梯輔助嘅行人通道。方案受半山居民歡迎，亦奠定要起電梯嘅大方向。方案係就係有啦，但點樣將佢實行先係困難所在。而呢個90年3月通過，91年2月開始興建嘅項目就好似打開咗潘多拉盒子咁，困難重重。首先，中環作為一個最有發展嘅地域，唔同設施、建築、道路已經起到密密麻麻，要喺已發展嘅地方施工，就要進行大規模封路，所以有一段時期，半山嘅交通就好似被切斷咁。明顯地，交通嘅不便嚴重降低半山嘅人流，同時施工時期嘅噪音同沙塵都會影響到附近嘅環境，所以施工時期原本已經喺半山嘅商鋪生意大受影響。正因為咁，有唔少商鋪同小販等就聯手控告政府，期望政府賠償施工時期嘅生意損失，令佢哋同承建商已經浪費咗一堆時間同金錢喺法律訴訟上。撇除對民居嘅影響，其實單係喺半山施工就已經唔容易。中環至半山扶手電梯係需要依山而建，山坡嘅斜度多變，但係香港嘅標準扶手電梯就得兩種斜度，30同35度，相較之下死板得多，所以要令電梯能夠依住地勢多變嘅半山興建，就變成首要解決嘅難題。其實半山山腳啲坡度較低嘅部分唔難處理，因為用上微微傾斜嘅自動行人通道就能夠做到依山而建。反而山腰嗰啲坡度唔上唔落，用自動行人通道又唔夠斜，用標準扶手電梯又太斜嘅尷尬位先係麻煩嘅地方。之後設計師們就諗到喺山腰部分應用特製非標準軌道冇咁斜嘅電梯。要分辨正常同特製嘅電梯其實難度不大，因為特製電梯雖然軌道冇咁斜，但梯級樣式同普通款係一樣。 正因為咁，梯級多餘嘅部分就會收起咗，每級望落矮啲，只有120毫米高，比平時嘅200毫米為低。以上嘅規劃固然係喺施工前已經預先做好，而相信大家都估到，實際施工時候就會有更多古靈精怪嘅嘢出嚟搞局。呢個項目其實唔係淨係得電梯，仲牽涉唔少橋梁，而要起橋就唔少得要挖地基。工程團隊其實一早已經有計劃好要點樣避開地底已經興建好嘅喉管，奈何半山區發展多時，好多以前早起落嘅喉管都係冇妥善記錄在案，所以到真正要挖地起橋嘅時候，就出現好多喺石頭爆出嚟嘅喉管阻礙施工，令工程師們要不斷改變計劃。以上種種因素就令工程嚴重超支，原本規劃時估算造價係4500萬，到最後電梯落成，所有糾紛調停，成個項目就實際使咗2億5330萬。經過工程人員嘅努力，中環至半山扶手電梯就喺93年10月15號清晨6點開通，成個系統由18條扶手電梯同3條自動行人道組成，並有蓋行人道同行人天橋連接。總長度超過800米，垂直差距135米，中間一共同19條街道，例如皇后大道中、荷里活道、羅便臣道等交匯。呢個規模就令佢成為健力士世界紀錄入面全球最長嘅戶外有蓋行人扶手電梯系統。咁厲害嘅工程能夠順利完成，本應係一件好事。不過實際營運時候，民憤同問題就冇減少到。首先喺系統開通嘅時候，就隨即有5條電梯發生故障。經過工程人員搶修同為電梯進行相應調校，問題總算迎刃而解，但麻煩又點止咁少啊？因為系統橋梁貼近民居，令電梯啟用之後出現治安問題，使到路政署要喺貼近民居嘅地方加裝圍欄或者膠板，仲裝有接駁警署嘅閉路電視。其實治安呢啲透過增加硬件配套就解決到嘅問題都唔係重點。當時最惹嚟非議嘅就係系統興建係為咗疏導交通，但起完到頭來減少交通擠塞嘅效果成疑。畢竟當年呢個係政府測試扶手電梯系統可行性嘅試驗品，所以政府對系統能唔能夠疏導交通好有興趣。喺系統落成前同後做咗唔少研究，結論同扶手電梯啱啱啟用嘅民調，甚至係系統落成前嘅預測係一致，就係扶手電梯只能夠有限度，甚至唔能夠解決交通擠塞。咁係因為半山出行嘅市民主要可以分為搭公共交通工具嘅同埋揸車嘅。扶手電梯系統的確有人使用，但嗰啲都係搭開公共交通工具嘅，而揸車嘅就一於少理，繼續我行我素，令電梯
Yeah, like German people say just like a chew wait. Achtung! Yes. Scheiße!
Mein Haber sneezen. Watch out, Klaus. Mein Haber sneezen. Achtung! Please set me free from this. Oh, I've got schnitzel everywhere. Oh no, I've got sauerkraut all over my lederhosen. You guys, I can't do this with you at all. Sorry for my loud and sneezing.
That's like how people sneeze different in other countries. Like,
Do people in different countries sneeze? How to sneeze a
All right, guys, today.
編碼嘅編，SIM 卡嘅 SIM、CCTV、RAM、RS3P 呢啲縮寫其實背後係代表啲咩呢？ Hello， 大家好，我係 Brian。今次皮毛小知識就會同大家簡單講下縮寫文化，同我哋或者加ISO、IPO、ASAP、QC、GPS 到 TLDR， 由名稱、職場用語、日常生活、網絡溝通、娛樂都有。部分由縮寫而嚟嘅合拼字，就更加已經被寫入字典，成為咗另一個新造字。例如雷達 radar、電話 SIM 卡嘅 SIM， 情況去到無孔不入嘅地步，就算生活上完全唔需要用英文，都必然會大量咁接觸到。喺拆解例子之前，我會先簡單咁講一講背後嘅邏輯。縮寫簡稱喺絕大部分嘅語言入邊都好常見。
Abbreviation
例外，由廉署、港大、M 記、客服、立委、常秘到聘新，都係出於同一個動機，就係簡化同加速溝通。而用字母書寫嘅語文，縮寫就更容易有系統咁實現。英語縮寫嘅實踐形式大致可以分成5大類。今次主題嘅呢一種叫做首字母縮寫詞，即係抽取各個英文單詞嘅第一個字母，或者前住嘅一組字母再組合而成。之下又可以籠統咁分成 acronym 同 initialism 兩類。acronym 大概就係指將個簡稱拼成一個單詞嚟讀，例如美國太空總署嘅簡稱就讀成 NASA。而 initialism 就只係會逐個字母咁讀出嚟，即係 CEO、GPU、USB 之類。要注意呢兩個類別之間係並冇明確分界線，大多都係約定俗成。另外4種就屬於文化上、傳統上同語言習慣上嘅縮寫模式。雖然唔係今次嘅主題，但都喺度輕輕逐一講下。文化上嘅縮寫叫做 contraction， 大概就係 it is 寫成 is、I am 寫成 I'm、let us 寫成 let's 之類。另一種就係嚟自粵語流暢嘅傳統習慣，但同所有英語文化規矩一樣，同樣都係冇固定邏輯。有啲就拎咗頭尾字母，例 例如 Mr 嘅 MR、Street 嘅 ST、Row 嘅 RD、Doctor 嘅 DR。有啲就拎咗頭幾個字母，例如 Avenue 寫成 AVE，Company 寫成 CO。有啲就拆咗字根嘅第一個字母，例如 Television、TV 就拆字 Tele 同 Vision。大部分嘅單位 cm、km、kg、ml 都係屬於呢一類。有一啲就係冇特定嘅簡字邏輯，例如有限公司 Limited 就寫成 LTD，Building 就寫成 BLDG。第四類就係簡化字拉丁文，例如 Lumber、NO 就係嚟自等等 ETC 嚟自 etc。例如 EG 就簡化字 Exempli grazie。第五種 clipping 接音詞，屬於語言學上常見嘅縮寫模式。英語又有幾種邏輯，例如實驗室 laboratory 就接咗前面 lab， 電話 telephone 就接咗後邊 phone， 流感 influenza 就接咗中間 flu。跟住就會講下實質嘅例子，但由於首字母縮寫詞有無限咁多，以下我就會歸納成幾大類，就揀一啲常見但大家未必知道背後所指，又或者係我覺得得意嘅例子嚟講下。醫療服務同疾病名用縮寫嚟表示都好常見。電腦掃描 CT scan，CT 嚟自 Computed Tomographic， 電腦計算斷層攝影技術。正式嘅中文翻譯係電腦斷層掃描。深切治療部 ICU，Intensive Care Unit。急症室 ED，Emergency Department。有啲地區就會叫做 ER，Emergency Room。病名都係好常見，例如 COVID 就係簡化字 Coronavirus Disease。呢個例子嘅特別之處係佢唔係淨係取第一個字母，前面嗰節就係由字根拆出嚟。由於簡化並冇特定準則，所以而家有時都為咗能夠讀出嚟，而去揀一啲特定嘅字母。唔同範疇嘅名就可能係為數最多嘅一類。而家家私 IKEA 就分別嚟自創辦人嘅姓名、成長嘅家族人。
IKEA was from Indra Kamprad Ahmedabad Agoni。
同小鎮嘅名，曲折嘅第一個字母。收費電視頻道 HBO 嘅名都好有心思，全寫係 Home Box Office。Box Office 係票房，直譯就係家庭票房。國際足協 FIFA 簡化字法文名，字面上係聯合國。
Federation Internationale de Football Association。
足球協會。納斯達克指數嘅 NASDAQ 簡化字啲行字，意思係全國。
National Association of Securities Dealers Automated Quotations。
券交易商協會自動報價系統。澳洲航空 Qantas 睇嚟真係好似一個字，但其實係簡化字昆士蘭和北領地航空服務。澳洲嘅簡化字文化可以話係簡到另一個層次。如果冇生活上一段時間，基本上都係好難溝通。呢部分如果以後再分享澳洲生活嘅時候，就另外再講。但凡政府部門服務都可能會有簡稱，由細聽到大嘅 ICAC Independent Commission Against Corruption 獨立委員會反貪污。CID Criminal Investigation Department 刑事調查部。美國太空總署 NASA 嚟自國家航空和太空管理局。CIA、FBI 呢兩個部門就分別喺 Channel 初期嘅呢兩條片入邊有講解過。電腦科技同相關嘅服務用語數量都係好多。SMS 係 Short Message Service 短訊息服務。網址 URL。Uniform Resources Locator 統一資源定位器，我哋都習慣叫硬碟做 hard disk 或者 hard drive， 但正式嘅名其實係兩者加埋一齊，簡寫 HDD 就係 hard disk drive。跟住呢幾個我哋都習慣拼音讀出嚟，記憶體 RAM 隨機存取記憶體 ，CD-ROM 嘅 ROM 嚟自唯獨記憶體，流動電話服務 SIM 卡嘅 SIM 係 Subscriber Identity Module 使用者身份模組。密碼編係 Personal Identification Number 個人識別碼。電腦 BIOS 嘅 BIOS Basic Input Output System 基本輸入輸出系統。圖像檔案 JPEG 係直接簡化字開發團隊嘅名。 聯合圖像專家小組。至於近年好多人用嘅 VPN（Virtual Private Network） 虛擬私人網絡，嚟到呢度係咪好適合進入 VPN 廣告呢？係冇嘅。中意呢條片嘅朋友就請多多 comment、like、share、subscribe 啦。工作上有好多情況都會用簡寫嚟表達，例如職位 CEO、VP、GM、部門 HR、PR、工作術語 MOQ、NDA 呢類知道嘅人就會知道，從未接觸過嘅人我諗都冇必要知道，所以呢部分就唔會詳細分享。不過值得一提嘅係，近年有2個術語都已經完全變成咗生活用語。我哋成日都會話呢個產品 QC 唔好。QC 品質控制本來係工業生產過程嘅一個程序或者部門，又經常會同另一個名詞 QA 品質保證交替使用。唔同嘅行業之間冇明確嘅分工標準。而我以前嘅製造業經驗 ，QA 多數負責統合生產前期 ，QC 就負責生產之後。而公關 PR、Public Relations， 劉青雲同子華成講過，做人冇公關，石屎㗎啦。喺鏡頭處處嘅網絡時代，連個人待人處事都需要 PR 佬。跟住就係一啲冇特別分類嘅例子。電影 IMAX 格式係 Image Maximum， 唔少人都會以為呢個名係模仿 Apple I 字頭嘅改名風格，但 IMAX 底片格式其實早喺1970年已經出現。閉路電視 CCTV、Closed Circuit Television。Closed Circuit 指封閉嘅線路，而 CCTV 就係喺封閉而固定嘅回路拍攝同播放嘅電視系統。閉路電視其實就係字面直譯，而另一個 CCTV 就係簡化自中國中央電視台。巧合地意義上都係屬於另一種 Closed Circuit Television。水肺潛水 Scuba Diving 嘅 Scuba 簡化自獨立水底呼吸器。MVP Most Valuable Player 最有價值選手，原出自體育運動，但而家應用上已經延伸到好多唔同嘅範疇。VIP 非常重要人物，用嚟誇獎人去到神台級嘅 GOAT， 嚟自 Greatest of All Time。邀請卡上面嘅 RSVP 係簡化字法文，意思係請回覆。機票旅行行程上嘅 ETA 係指 Estimated Time of Arrival， 估計到達時間。我有時都會喺片入邊講嘅 AKA，also known as， 意思係又被稱為，即係別稱。ASAP 大家都應該知道係 as soon as possible。有趣嘅係有人會就咁串個字母出嚟，但有人又會讀成 ASAP。可以拼成一個字讀出嚟嘅例子，頭先嘅分類入邊都一直有提到，因為大多都係相對新近先出現，我哋仍然都好清楚係嚟自簡化。但有啲年代久遠嘅舊科技縮寫，我哋已經不自覺咁將佢當成一個新詞嚟用，例如雷達 radar 無線電探測與差距，雷射 laser 係受激輻射產生嘅光放大，聲納 sonar 係聲音導航與差距。順帶一提，聲納真係一個好靚嘅中文翻譯，既兼顧到音譯，亦都完美演繹到意思。一個名詞，一個動詞，大概都交代咗技術原理。最後都順便補充埋，有啲簡稱並唔係意義上嘅真正縮寫，例如 ISO， 即並唔係嚟自國際標準化組織嘅縮寫，亦都唔係嚟自其他嘅歐洲語文。官方嘅解釋 ，ISO 係取自希臘詞語 Isos， 意思係平等。又例如 WiFi 就係刻意創造出嚟去代表一個編碼，背後並冇任何意思。而家常見嘅 Wireless Fidelity 無線傳真其實係後設。縮寫字其實真係有無限咁多，例如 ATM、BBC、NBA、GPS 呢啲常用字，相信大家都好清楚背後嘅意思，所以喺片中入邊都冇特別講。而有啲就喺封閉社群入邊先會使用，例如某啲運動項目、某啲電競項目、個別嘅專門行業，同一啲地理上比較隔絕開或者封閉嘅社群，都會有各自嘅縮寫文化。另外，其中都有3個超大類係特別抽起嘅，一個係網絡用語，第二係金融財經，第3係工作電郵溝通相關嘅。如果大家對今次呢個題目有興趣，就請喺置頂留言投個票，睇下下次先講邊一類。好啦，今日條片就嚟到呢度，感謝課金支持我哋營運嘅每一位會員。如果大家對今次嘅內容有乜嘢睇法，有啲乜嘢另外嘅例子，或者資料上有咩補充，都請喺下邊留言同大家分享。 希望你中意呢條片，如果你覺得條片都 OK， 就請你撳一下 like share 出去，訂閱呢個頻道，同時撳埋個鐘仔，或者加入做會員。多謝你嘅收睇，下次再為你帶嚟另外嘅皮毛小知識。拜拜。
順口口感，圓潤如絲，豐富芳香，餘韻盈滿，盡力。
That is hard to say this exactly. 935 quadrant, 639 train, 744 bin, 935 main, 306,108 meters. Since the mean start, whoa, about a quintillion times.
將軍澳工業村嘅班次啦，咁喺總站咧呢度上咗5位嘅乘客啦。嗱，呢一條路線咧，其實喺繁忙時間先有服務啦，喺朝頭早繁忙時間同下午繁忙時間咧都會設有服務嘅。而喺上午繁忙時間同下午繁忙時間咧，都係設有雙向嘅服務㗎。上午繁忙時間有開去荃灣嘅班次，亦都有開去將軍澳工業村嘅班次啦。喺下午繁忙時間同樣地，亦都有開去荃灣嘅班次，同埋開往將軍澳工業村嘅班次啦。可能因為咧雙向都有需求啦，有啲住喺將軍澳嘅人，可能就喺荃灣葵青區一帶翻工啦，亦都有啲住喺荃灣葵青區嘅人咧喺將軍澳翻工啦。咁所以咧呢條路線係上下午繁忙時間設有雙向嘅服務嘅。嗱，喺呢條路線嘅初段咧，其實同佢嘅兄弟路線290啊、290A、290X 咧都係差唔多嘅，直至去到葵芳開始咧就會有個變化噶啦。好啦，我哋喺荃灣西站開車之後咧就會出翻去大河道啦，然後喺4分鐘後啦，5點34分抵達咗大河道呢個嘅巴士站，喺呢度咧上咗2位嘅乘客，而家總客量咧去到7位嘅乘客啦。然後咧呢架巴士繼續沿住大河道咁樣直去啦，去到青山公路嘅交界位咧就右轉翻入去青山公路啦。喺5點37分抵達咗眾安街呢個巴士站啦。你可以見到咧離遠咧已經有一大堆乘客咧喺290、290A、290X 嘅嗰條隊上邊噶啦。咁但係咧原來真正上我哋呢架車嘅客咧唔係好多嘅啫，淨係上咗7位嘅乘客啦。咁所以咧喺呢一度咧我哋總客量咧就去到14位乘客啦。好啦，然後呢架巴士咧繼續沿住青山公路去行走啦，喺3分鐘後咧5點40分咧抵達咗大窩口站呢個嘅巴士站啦。呢度咧見到我哋嘅兄弟路線290A咧同樣喺度埋緊站啦。睇翻佢車上嘅客量啦，哇，其實見到佢咧已經坐滿晒單邊位㗎啦，已經有啲客人咧要同其他人咧一齊坐㗎啦。但喺我哋呢架車上面咧仍然係空空如也，同呢架290A咧形成咗對比嘅。咁最後咧我哋喺呢一個站咧淨係上咗4位乘客，總客量去到18位乘客啦。然後我哋繼續沿住青山公路去行走啦，喺2分鐘後5點42分抵達咗昌榮路迴旋處啊，喺呢度上咗5位乘客啦，總客量咧去到23位嘅乘客嘅。然後咧呢架巴士咧就會繼續沿住青山公路直行，然之後咧去到昌榮路迴旋處咧就右轉翻入去葵涌道啦，然後咧再沿住葵涌道咁樣去直駛啦。喺4分鐘後5點46分抵達咗葵俊苑呢個巴士站。其實見到葵俊苑呢度咧都本身有好多嘅乘客咧係等緊290、290A、290X 等等一系列嘅路線啦。不過最終上我哋呢架車嘅人數咧就唔算太多啦，得12位乘客上車啦。而家總客量咧去到35位嘅乘客。然後巴士咧再繼續沿住葵涌道直駛啦，喺1分鐘後5點47分抵達咗新葵興花園嘅巴士站。喺呢度咧上咗6位乘客，而家總客量咧去到41位嘅乘客啦。然後巴士再繼續沿住葵涌道直駛，去到1分鐘後啦，5點48分抵達咗葵芳村呢一個嘅巴士站啦。我哋可以留意一下喺前邊嘅290A 巴士啦，其實佢已經係上滿晒咁滯㗎啦。可以留意到佢喺上層最尾嗰一排嗰5個嘅座位，其實全部都有客人坐晒㗎啦。咁通常咧呢 啲人咧都係喺冇選擇之下咧，先會坐滿晒最後嗰排嘅座位嘅。可以見得出咧，其實前面嗰架車咧已經係滿晒㗎啦。而正常咧，290同埋 290A 同埋 290X 咧喺繁忙時間嚟到葵芳村呢個位咧都會上滿晒嘅。但係我哋呢架 290E 咧就唔係啦，我哋喺葵芳村呢度咧淨係上咗11位嘅乘客啦，而家總客量咧只係去到52位嘅乘客嘅。去到呢個位上車咧，你依然有位坐嘅。咁相信咧，我哋呢架車比較空嘅狀態咧，應該都可以吸引到一啲去黃大仙啊、去牛池灣村嘅嗰啲乘客咧去搭我哋呢架車嘅嚇。好啦，我哋呢個位之後咧就會同290、290A 同 290X 分道揚鑣啦。其他嘅290系列嘅兄弟咧，佢哋全部都會直去前面嘅葵涌道，再喺葵涌道麗景村停站之後咧就直接上公路噶啦。但我哋呢架車咧就唔同嘅喎。去到前面呢個位呢，我哋會右轉入去葵涌廣場、新都會廣場等等嘅站呢，去停站之後先再上公路嘅。咁樣嘅做法呢，應該就係想呢條路線可以服務到更多嘅群眾啦，可以服務到呢一啲喺新都會廣場或者係葵涌廣場一帶上班嘅人士啦。因為其實喺新都會廣場嗰度呢都有啲 office 㗎。咁我哋呢架巴士轉右啦，然之後呢，我哋喺5點50分呢抵達咗葵涌廣場呢個嘅巴士站啦。喺呢度咧都有唔少乘客上車嘅喎，喺度上咗9位嘅乘客啦，總客量咧去到61位嘅乘客啦。然後咧巴士咧就會喺前邊轉左啦，喺2分鐘後啦，5點52分啊，我哋抵達咗新都會廣場呢一個嘅巴士站。喺呢度同樣地上咗9位嘅乘客，而家總客量咧去到70位嘅乘客啦。呢架巴士會喺只得70位嘅乘客之下咧就會上公路㗎啦。其實對比起我哋同系列嘅兄弟啦，290、290A 同埋 290X 啦，呢幾條路線咧喺繁忙時間去到葵芳咧一定係企滿晒啊，係講緊係企滿晒啊，佢企到頂閘咁樣嘅。但係我哋呢架 290E 咧，去到葵芳咧依然仲有位坐嘅，所以可以見到 290E 嘅客量咧係比起佢嘅同門兄弟咧係遜色咗少少嘅，不過依然都有佢嘅捧場客啦。好啦，然之後咧，我哋呢架巴士咧就會正式咧上公路啦。我哋咧都係行翻啲好 standard 嘅路線啦，就係呈祥道、龍翔道咁樣去行啦。然後咧，我哋喺上公路9分鐘後啦，6點01分抵達咗筆架山花園呢個巴士站，上咗1位乘客，而家總客量咧去到71位乘客啦。然後咧繼續沿住龍翔道去行駛啦，2分鐘後6點03分抵達咗豐力樓呢個巴士站。都上咗1位乘客，總客量咧去到72位乘客啦。巴士咧就繼續沿住龍翔道去行駛啦。其實喺呢個位咧又講唔得上係塞車啦，其實啲車咧都係慢慢咁樣流動緊啦。其實車速咧亦都唔算話超級慢啦，但係咧就好明顯咧係比非繁忙時間咧係多車咗好多啦。行呢段路咧其實個車速咧都減慢咗少嘅，但情況其實已經比朝早嘅繁忙時間好啦。如果朝早嘅繁忙時間行走喺呢一個位呢，一定係比而家塞車好多啦，要用嘅時間呢，可能要多5至8分鐘左右。我哋繼續沿住龍翔道去行駛啦。呢架巴士呢，同佢嘅兄弟路線290系列嘅路線一樣啦，都係唔需要停天馬苑呢個嘅巴士站啦，亦都唔需要停龍翔官立中學呢個巴士站啦。我哋呢，最終呢，喺4分鐘後啦，6點07分抵達咗黃大仙轉車站黃大仙廟呢個站啦。喺呢度落咗17位嘅乘客，又上翻6位嘅乘客啦。而家總客量咧去到78位嘅乘客啦。其實可以留意到咧，喺黃大仙轉車站呢度咧，好多人咧都排緊 290X 同埋 290E 條隊嘅。但其實絕大部分乘客咧都係等緊 290X 而唔係等緊 290E 嘅。所以最後呢度咧淨係上咗6位嘅乘客啦。相信好多等 290X 嘅乘客咧，其實個目標咧都係想上翻去安達實道啊、安泰村啊、安達村一帶嘅。好啦。然後呢架巴士咧又會繼續出翻去龍翔道啦，而喺黃大仙呢一段嘅龍翔道咧，其實已經係塞車咗唔少噶啦。其實龍翔道咧喺下午繁忙時間啦， 無論來回嘅方向咧都係比較塞車嘅。咁我哋呢架巴士咧其實唔需要停前邊沙田坳道嘅巴士站，所以我哋架巴士咧就抽出咗中線啦，避開咗呢個巴士站埋站嘅巴士車龍啦。然後呢架巴士咧再抽翻出去慢線啦，因為其實咧行慢線係最快嘅。咁我哋咧喺慢線咧基本上都近乎暢通無阻啦，一直去到鑽石山咧先開始咧有個車速減慢翻唔少啦。而我哋呢架巴士咧其實係仲需要停咧牛池灣轉車站牛池灣村先嘅，然之後我哋咧先會通往去呢個將藍隧道嘅方向嘅。好啦，最終咧呢架巴士咧喺呢個塞車當中咧都用咗好一段時間啦。喺6分鐘後啦，6點13分抵達咗牛池灣轉車站牛池灣村啦。喺呢度咧落咗12位嘅乘客啦，冇上到任何嘅乘客嘅。咁喺度咧總客量維持喺78位嘅乘客啦。回顧翻呢條路線啦，喺黃大仙同埋牛池灣村咧係合共落咗29位嘅乘客嘅。而呢29位嘅乘客咧，如果唔搭我哋而家呢條將藍隧道嘅特快路線之外咧，其實佢哋咧亦都可以搭翻一般嘅290、290A 或者290X 路線嘅。但可能呢幾條路線咧實在太多人搭啊，太逼啦，所以有啲乘客咧都會改搭我哋呢條290E 路線啦，去翻相同嘅目的地嘅。好啦，然後我哋呢架巴士咧就會正式進入一個被叫做特快嘅路段啦。佢採用啲咩策略呢？又係同一招啦，過路不停站啊。佢會經過觀塘啦，但係唔係好停站啦，去到去麗港城對出嘅偉樂街咧先停站嘅。冇錯啦，佢由牛池灣轉車站牛池灣村呢個位之後呢，下一個站呢已經喺麗港城對出嘅嗰段路㗎啦。你即管睇睇呢條路線點樣操作啦。嗱，首先呢架車呢又會 cut 翻去上橋先嘅，咁佢目標呢就係上橋去翻觀塘道一帶啦。然後咧呢架巴士咧就會沿住觀塘道去行走啦。嗱，其實好多行觀塘道嘅巴士咧都要停翻相關嘅站嘅。由龍翔道出翻嚟觀塘道嘅巴士，其實絕大部分都會係停好多嘅站嘅，例如喺九龍灣站會停站啦，牛頭角下村停站啦，觀塘道休憩處停站啦，牛頭角站停站啦，觀塘市中心停站啦。我哋呢架巴士一個站都唔使停啊，可以全程咧行住中線或者快線咁樣去行駛啦，避開晒呢啲咁嘅站啦。我都好好奇咧，點解當初觀塘區議會咧係冇逼呢條路線咧喺沿線要加站嘅？不過咧，亦都幸好咧，佢呢條路線冇喺觀塘道度設站啦。如果唔係嘅話咧，估計要用多好多嘅時間啦，因為埋呢啲巴士站上落客啊，同埋等埋站啊，其實咧都要用好一段時間。估計行車時間可能都要加個10分鐘上去嘅，可能會令到呢條路線改行將藍隧道，慳翻800浪費咗佢啦。咁所以咧，其實都係好事嚟嘅。呢一種行晒成條觀塘道，但係完全唔停站嘅做法咧，喺巴士路線界嚟講係非常之罕見嘅嚇。好啦，然之後呢架巴士咧，去到觀塘道嘅盡頭啦，近住將軍澳道交界位咧，佢就會喺度咧右轉翻入去偉發道啦，再喺偉發道左轉入去偉業街啦，最終咧喺離開咗牛池灣轉車站牛池灣村16分鐘後啦，6點29分抵達咗偉樂街呢個巴士站啦。喺呢度咧上咗4位嘅乘客，落咗5位嘅乘客啦，總客量咧去到82位嘅乘客啦。嗱，從呢個現象咧可以睇得出咧，其實都有啲客人咧應該咧就係住喺麗港城一帶嘅。咁咧呢架巴士咧對佢哋嚟講咧簡直係特快路線啊！由牛池灣轉車站之後咧，下一個站就已經去到偉樂街啦。對比起其他嘅巴士路線咧，例如40號線咧，應該係快咗好多嘅。咁所以咧呢條路線亦都吸引咗一啲咧喺荃葵青工作嘅，然之後咧住喺麗港城一帶嘅人士咧去乘搭啦。同時間咧喺偉樂街呢度咧又再上一陣客喎，喺度上咗4位嘅乘客啦。呢4位嘅乘客咧應該咧就喺附近嘅工廠區啦，或者係工業區啦，或者係麗港城附近一帶咧去工作嘅。咁然之後咧收工咧就可以搭呢條路線咧翻去將軍澳啦。所以即使去到觀塘咧都 keep 住有上客啦。 好啦，而家咧呢架巴士咧離開咗偉樂街呢個巴士站之後咧，就會繼續沿住茶果嶺道去直行啦。咁都係一啲好 standard 嘅路線啦。由茶果嶺道啊轉翻入去將南隧道啦，然之後行走呢一條咧唔係好多巴士路線會途經嘅將南隧道啦。咁呢方面咧可能要等到未來啦有中九龍幹線開咗之後咧，咁會多啲巴士會途經將南隧道啦。而家咧其實絕大部分途經將南隧道嘅巴士路線咧，都唔係一啲全日服務路線啦，都係一啲咧，好似我哋而家搭緊呢條嘅繁忙時間嘅特別路線啦。好啦，然之後咧，我哋巴士經過咗將。
Who is this 12-year-old that is going viral for saying 6'7"? This is Maverick Trevillain, aka the 6'7" kid. After becoming a meme, the 6'7" kid upgraded his hair by getting a perm. The 6'7" kid also announced he is starting a new podcast called What Did 6 Say to 7? Will you listen to the 6'7" kid's new podcast? Who is this 12-year-old that is going viral for saying 6'7"?
The number 67 went viral from Skrilla's drill track Doot Doot, where the repeated 67 became a TikTok meme tied to LaMelo Ball's 6'7" height. 67 is also used in slang to mean abruptly leaving or rejecting someone, especially telling them to go away. The number...
Never say 6'7", like the 6'7" kid meme. That's why he always repeats it. He's the real SCP-67. One day, a kid tried saying 6'7" as a joke. That night, she dreamed of the 6'7" kid's face, but scarier, twisted, and grinning. In her dream, he only whispered.
Are you a 6 or a 7? 6 or a 7? Are you a 6 or a 7?
I was on my Minecraft server when I spotted this cute couple exploring together, but their adventure took a dark turn when a baby zombie in full diamond armor appeared out of nowhere. The guy managed to escape, but the girl wasn't so lucky. She got defeated by the zombie. Things got even worse when they were crossing a lava pool in the nether, because the blocks beneath them started disappearing. They tried to move faster, but it was too late. They ended up losing everything, and just when they thought it couldn't get worse, a charged creeper exploded in the girl's room that night. And after she respawned, she was struck by lightning. I realized this level of bad luck doesn't happen naturally on my server. Something was off, because while climbing a mountain, a creeper spawned out of nowhere. And that's when I activated my admin vision. I discovered it was one of the boyfriend's friends trolling them. Even worse, when the girl fell for the creeper trap, the boyfriend paid his friend. They were trolling her together. I told the girl what I had uncovered, and she was so sad but agreed to team up with me to get revenge. Together, we trapped the friend in a shooting range, where he'll have to hit a red target 10 times to escape. But for every like on this video, he'll have to hit the target one more time. Comment how we should get revenge on the boyfriend next.
The 71,000 N times, or 7,200 times.
老板，中秋节适合吃什么泡面？
我给你弄个好吃的，只要15块钱。
可以的。老板，来个牛肉拌面。
好的，你要哪种？
我要硬核一点的。
咱们最硬核的是198块钱。
可以的，我最近金融市场赚了一点。
这么厉害？我现在入场还来得及。
你还是卖你的泡面吧。这是什么牛肉？
这个是安格斯骨质牛。你要几成熟的？
给我弄全熟吧。
那太浪费了，7成熟可以。
那行吧。
完美。请慢用。
有没有性价比高一点的泡面？
有的，你可以试下这个新加坡黄带米，20块钱，划不划算？几乎不赚的钱，行吧？
老板有没有扛热点的泡面？今天加班，
下个班能挣多少？
能挣个60。
来个3拼炒面网，58块钱。
可以的。
夠大生唔夠喎，咪232係啊，你邊度夠啊？即係但係佢又要偏偏開喺三條嗰呢度中間隔離喎。
我要和工店上一樣的，可以做嗎？可以做。
係啊，點解好似特登喺度得撚住點解咁樣整鳩你咁樣？唔係佢有啲嘢有得賣，有啲嘢係人哋嗰間鋪度賣。係啊。唔係啊，阿思明飲嗰啲湯咧反而7會咁買，有賣3條嗰啲冇賣㗎，一係要去當地度買㗎佢，係啊，佢要買嗰啲湯，係啊，所以咪一間間咯，一間間咯。 搞掂埋嗰啲咁啊，嗰啲嘢佢啊。好啦，你同你老婆飲茶啦，好唔好？
哦，好的。
鲜一点的泡面。
你要河鲜还是海鲜？
我都要。
可以的，那要58块钱。
来一个。
个石锅牛肉面。
你要普通的还是豪华的？
普通的吧。
普通的68块钱啊。
可以的。
阿仔早晨，先生早晨。先生一下会进去了，看看。你之後你餵咗我啲貓未㗎？未餵㗎。餵幾罐啊？你淨係餵出邊嗰啲貓，入邊嗰啲貓我唔使食㗎。要。嚇？
有關節痛、肌肉痛。你需要全方位解決。
民意百科之67。说那种虽然是 Z 世代的人，但我越来越不理解 Z 世代的幽默感了。67这对数字最近几个月在欧美社群。
67%. I'm at 56%. Some YouTubers said 6-7 in the YouTube.
When I started watching F1 after following NASCAR for years,
Waiting for 2067.
Welcome to Quick Explain. Seeing 6-7 online and scratching your head? Let's decode this slang term. TikTok trend. 6-7 has also gained popularity on TikTok, often connected to the drill rap song Doot Doot by Skrilla. Some believe it nods to 67th Street in Chicago. It's often used in edits and memes, especially ones featuring basketball player LaMelo Ball. Hugs and kisses. 6-7 can also be a stand-in for hugs and kisses, like XOXO. Think of it as a quick way to send some love, so you might text a friend good luck on your test. 6-7. Hiding your number. One common use of asterisk 6-7 is to block your phone number when making a call. Dialing asterisk 6-7 before a phone number hides your caller ID so the person you're calling won't see your number. It's like a secret agent move for your phone. Conclusion. Whether it's phone privacy,
But never mind, little one, you're coming with me.
What the? Casey, no, I don't want to go with you. No.
Who's the little puzzle of joy who won't mind me doing experiments on them because they'll be barely aware of their surroundings? That's you.
What's you, man? You're weird. Get out of here. No.
Okay, so why don't you play with this while I take another stab at Project Obsidian Bunny? You like redstone, right?
Okay. I'm gonna go here. You baby thing.
That's mine. Hang on. Wait, no, not those either. Let's just stay. Go
this way?
No. That is not for babies. That is for powering machines. Now, if you hold still, I can show you some of the things that I've got here. And wait. No. Listen, we can play with the laser beam after I finish my work. Maybe.
But I want to touch the button.
Oh, no, not that one. That is linked to an experimental cluster bomb that is not ready to be tested.
Let me blow it up just a little bit, maybe?
Tell you what, let's start with some science that's more yours.
But it's revenge for you, and also you kidnapped me, so that's kind of a bad thing, too. Oh, what the? Oh! Huh?
There we go.
Oh, hello, bunnies.
Yeah, just play with the bunnies for a little bit, and here's a toy for you. Now, I'm just gonna go do my work.
Okay. like a fidget, but it's a lever, so lever if you're fancy.
Obsidian rabbit test number 47.
Okay, put the...
Go!
Are you... What is he doing? Why is he squishing bunnies? Bunny squisher, no! Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that.
Back to the drawing board.
And... Here we go, buddies. Go, 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 go. Get out of here. Run, run, buddies, run!
Hey, wait a minute. You're letting all the bunnies out.
No,
what are you
leave them
doing?
alone.
Hey, Zane. Oh, I found you those. Whoa! How did you get the baby?
Save me, save me. Save the bunnies. Save
This
something.
place isn't good for baby.
Watch out. Send. That got him good.
Well, that was a mistake. Oh, baby! Oh, you survived! I can't believe Zane had you in such a dangerous place. How about you and hang out with me, and we have some real fun?
That trend released on September 11, 9/11.
你所想要的 MMORPG，终於在宇宙。Hello， 各位網友，早晨啊，大家好。週末又打風，有冇搞錯？嗱咁啊，見到啦，喺網上面又好啊，我喺出街都聽到人講，哎呀死咯，係咪刮8號風球啊咁樣？啊，我走去街市啊，係啲阿姐啊，買餸嗰時候咧，個阿姐度咯，喂係咪刮8號啊咁樣喎？我話嚇，刮8號？跟住佢話係啊，啲報紙寫啊嘛，話8號啊嘛咁樣。唔係啊嘛？好啦，嗱咁啊，究竟呢一個麥德姆啊，究竟有冇真係機會掛8號咧？咁天文台就話。
Let's fire them. 1 to the 2 to the 3 to the 4 to the 5 to you. Petrol P2, Verstappen P3, Gasly P1.
喂，今次食咩啊？hả?
Anh mì thì câu cùng quanh mày ngồi yên sao tiếng ngồi ăn tạt tạt rồi chú sao ta ăn chậu rồi mày ăn tạt tạt chỗ sao nữa
叫佢咧包㗎嘛。你話冇，即係話喺出邊門口嗰度。喺出邊門口，佢望住我，出去跟住翻去。我啲飛有冇出嚟？跟住我。係啊。
包嗰只喎。你攞俾我睇邊隻？係呢隻。咁樣一隻包。我兩粒好啦，每人。OK。嗰啲要醃落耐啲啊，同埋餃子啊，先有落面啊。你落嗰啲餃子同埋軟軟咧，淥耐啲先啊，跟住先有好落公仔麵落去啊，3個啊。喂，茶洗面。要買塊面，要買塊面。哇！ 耐啲啊，有咁耐得錄咁耐啊，因為嗰啲餃子同埋軟軟要耐啲啊。係咩？今日個新魚咋？喂，咪搞噶啦！
Never get a German Shepherd, because at number 3, he got jumps. Never get a German Shepherd, because at number 3, he got jump scared. Number 2, bro is way too clingy. Before number 1, like and subscribe if you think this dog is cute. Comment the heart if you love dogs. And at number 1, they don't bark, they talk back. Quiet. Never get a The magician pushes the ribbon inside of a fake thumb, and on the final push, he sticks it on the other hand. When he opens his hand again, the ribbon is gone. Next, he does the same thing on the other side, making the ribbon reappear. And when you're distracted by the ribbon, he ditches the fake thumb in his pocket. The magician
This is why the new Toyota Supra can burn down your garage. BMW just recalled 200,000 cars in the US for a potential fire risk hazard threat. And the sad part, the new Toyota Supra is also on that list. But why Supra though? You see, Supra borrows BMW's engine and parts. And basically, it's a BMW slapped with a Supra badge. I know what you're thinking. Anyways, so how does it catch fire? The engine starter relay, when it gets moist, it corrodes and cuts off only to short the wires. Eventually, the heating up sets the Supra on fire. Imagine your dream car sets itself on fire while you sleep. If you want to throw a playing card with enough force to pierce a watermelon, you must first fight your own instincts. Your instinct is to use raw power, throwing it as hard as you can, causing it to lose all of its speed and hit with zero impact. Instead, grip the top corner of the card between your index and middle fingers. Curl your wrist inward toward your forearm, then unleash all the energy in a violent forward snap to create a powerful spin. If you want to...
But this year, they just went ahead and added all the stuff.
An 80-year-old man slipped while cleaning his window, and in an instant, he fell outward. Somehow he caught the ledge, clinging on for life. People on the street looked up in shock, but no one could help. The man was too high and his grip was weakening second by second. Then suddenly, from the crowd, a brave man stepped forward. Without a thought for his own safety, he grabbed onto the building's pipeline and began climbing. With nothing but his bare hands, he pulled himself floor after floor. He pushed upward as the crowd held its breath. By the time he reached the 4th floor, the old man was barely holding on. The hero tried pushing him inside, but it didn't work. So, without hesitation, he swung himself into the apartment and with all his strength pulled the old man to safety, proving that humanity is still alive. An 80-year-old man...
What if I told you this was a Lego piece? This is Lego's brand new brick-built Game Boy, and it has all the satisfying buttons you could want to press on it. It also has a spot for brick-built Lego cartridges in the back. And Lego was nice enough to give us a stand for it. But my favorite part is that you can open it up and remove the screen from the inside, which leaves the screen blank, and you can replace it with one of 3 images. What if I told you this was a Lego piece? This is...
Gonna try to keep it simple. iPhone 13 Pro, excellent condition, unlocked, fully unlocked. 1-year warranty, 90-day return.
I was mining on my prison server when out of nowhere my pickaxe turned into a diamond pickaxe. I was super confused, but before I could figure it out, it switched back to normal. At first, nothing else seemed strange, so I kept mining. But then I couldn't mine any blocks in my prison mine. Then moments later, my screen went black and I heard a creepy sound. I turned around and there was a warden right behind me. I tried to escape, but I got one-tapped instantly. I was furious, so I came back invisible to investigate. That's when I caught my admin in the act. He had replaced my entire mine with TNT, but what happened next was absolutely insane. He launched a fireball at it, blowing up everything, including my computer. I couldn't let him get away with this.
Including the PC. Oh my PC.
From all sides. And for every like on this video, he'll stay here for 1 hour. Let's try to punish him for 1 million hours. I was mining on my prison server when out of nowhere my pickaxe turned into a diamond pickaxe. I was super confused.
If you've ever been told not to swim right after eating, you probably thought it was just an old myth. A lot of people think you'll instantly sink or cramp up. Others laugh it off and jump straight in anyway. So what is the truth? I'll tell you. But if you never want painful cramps, tap the like button, click subscribe, then share and tap the copy link and you will see this. Amazing. Here's what really happened. After a meal, blood rushes to your stomach to help digest food, leaving less for your muscles. That makes you more likely to cramp and tire faster in the water, which can turn dangerous quick. If you've ever been told, do you know why this is the most hated track in F1? You might think Bahrain would be the most hated track because of the heat and politics. However, you would be wrong. When Qatar was introduced to F1, drivers were shocked to see how bad the place actually is. Drivers not only hate it because it's way too hot to drive, but also because it's impossible for them to relax their neck muscles because of the constant high-speed corners. But the worst part is that drivers can't even drink during the race. You see, the cockpit temperature usually gets above 50 degrees, and drivers need to drink constantly to avoid fainting during the race. But because most of the water evaporates in the extreme heat, many drivers have nothing left by the end. Some even passed out for a short moment on the straight, and after the race, most of them struggled just to get out of the car. Do you know why this is... Here are the cars that invented features everyone later copied. For example, Cadillac acts like they invented heated seats, but in reality Saab did it first, and they didn't half-ass it either. Their seats had sensors that knew when it was cold and when someone was sitting down, so they would heat up automatically. And next up, Saab again, because not only Saab 99 handled your butt, but it was also the first to offer the headlight wipers. Sounds goofy, but in winter, dirty lights meant blinding everyone else, so Saab fixed it. And then there's the panoramic roof, which surprisingly first appeared on the tiny Audi A2. It was an unreasonably expensive option, but it was the real full-length glass roof, not tinted plexiglass like on older cars. And lastly, in the 80s, Mazda quietly solved a deadly problem. They realized kids were stepping on the old rocker-style window switches, and the windows were closing on their necks. So Mazda 626 flipped the design. Push down to open, pull up to close. Here are the cars that invent...
This is reinforced dirt. It's so reinforced that it can support my weight. This is regular dirt for contrast, but why is this dirt so strong? The reason this dirt has such good compressive strength is because in between the layers of dirt, there's aluminum screens. I'm putting in this sheet of aluminum. It's also called mechanically stabilized earth, but how much weight can it actually support?
It's like a game of Jenga.
Dude, here's another block. It's really heavy. All right, I got some sandbags. Oh no. Now there's only one thing left to do. Oh! This is reinforced.
Did you know what happens when a plane flying over huge oceans needs an emergency landing? You see, planes flying over oceans generally choose the path with the maximum number of airports along their route. But what if a plane going off this route unfortunately faces an emergency? Look, there are actually 5 secret pits on our planet for such emergencies. Once, an Air Transat flight going from Toronto to Portugal lost power due to mid-air fuel leakage, and after 19 minutes of gliding over the sea, the flight successfully landed at one of these secret airports, Leges Air Base, a military airbase that comes under a Portugal and open for any kind of emergency. This is how these 5 secret airports play an important role in aviation, and most people didn't give a f*** about it. Did you know what happens when a plane flying over huge oceans needs an emergency landing? You see planes flying over...
This family had no idea why their dog was losing so much weight. Every rib and every bone showed, no matter how much food she was given. All the tests came back normal, leaving everyone confused and powerless. Still, as long as her tail wagged, they refused to give up on her. The dog stopped eating and drinking, forcing constant trips to the emergency room. The situation looked hopeless, and the family feared the end was near. Out of desperation, they shared her story online. One day, a vet reached out with a possibility. The dog might belong to a rare group allergic to animal protein. He suggested trying a vegetarian diet. To their surprise, the dog ate immediately. The symptoms began to fade, her eyes brightened, and her tail wagged with joy. The family cried with relief, realizing they had finally found the answer. Thanks to one simple change, their beloved dog was healthy again and living her best life. This family had no idea why their dog was losing so much weight. Every rib and every bone showed, no matter how much food she was given. All the tests came back normal, leaving everyone confused and powerless. Still, as long as her tail wagged, they refused to give up on her. The dog stopped eating and drinking, forcing constant trips to the emergency room. The situation looked hopeless. Feared the end was near. Out of desperation, they shared her story online. One day, a vet reached out with a possibility. The dog might belong to a rare group allergic to animal protein.
They might look like Roblox...
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. 多啊，冇做，而家好少做啊。佢一起身講都冇講就自己出咗去啦。
翻過嚟嘅，冇人打出錯嚟。
嚇？
出咗去咯喎，冇講呢要出去咯喎，佢影嘅唔掂。
即係你嘢出嚟嗰陣喺度嘅，你叫佢幫手，跟住佢就走咗啦。
喺度跟住咩啊？我啤酒送過嚟咯，跟住又喂，我同你講，跟住翻去繼續瞓覺啦。咁講。
跟住叫我就翻嚟就唔影啦。
係。
屌，班車。